Let's fucking book. Think of that. We. Okay. Sounds good. 100% down. I have to remember what we were gonna cover. Let's see, so we're gonna do Gwendolyn. And I think the first thing I was gonna do was fight Gwendolyn. Oh no, the first thing I'm gonna do is go back and talk to some NPCs and get some story stuff going. Then we'll deal with Gwendolyn. And then... and then we're gonna do my least favorite area. Right. Alright. So we're gonna warp back to Firelink, which you can actually restore now. Restore the bonfire because we killed Lorethrough and got the Firekeeper's soul back. Also, I think I should bring down the game volume a bit. Maybe just like one notch each. We'll see how that goes. Oh, look who it is. Ah. And the crestfallen warrior is gone. Alright, first things first. We're gonna restore the Firekeeper. There she is.
Thank you. I am Anastasia, of Astoria. Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend.
Gross tongue. Ah, my fucking controller. Dude, I hate... The cables for PS4 and PS3 are so bad. They don't stay in the fucking controller. It's ridiculous. Anyway. What can you tell us, lady?
Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue never intended for restoration. Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
Duct tape? That'd be really awkward. Think about it.
Forgive me. I am please. I wish.
So, remember they cut out her tongue and broke her legs. Now she's got her tongue back because we restored her from her soul. Hi, Cat, you're fat. Me not fat. Me muscle man. But, is it still too loud, by the way? Should I bring it down another notch? Now she's got her tongue back and everything. Yes? Okay. And she's convinced that she's like... Oh, whoops. That she's like really not supposed to be talking. She's convinced that she's done something wrong. So they really fucked her up in the head. There's not much to get there. Reinforce our Estus flask. Now we got +3, that's nice. Kill Furry? I'll think about it. He's hanging out on my bed. He's just resting. Not doing anything bad right now. Where is Anne Orlando? Anne Orlando is dead. Okay, next. So again, Crestfallen dude is gone. Let's talk to you. Who might you be? Are you... Oh, you're Siegmeyer.
Well, fancy meeting you here. You did much for me up above. I am grateful. You know, I was thinking the gates, the old fortress. Was that your doing?
It was.
Yes, I knew it. It seemed like an unlikely coincidence. Well, am I fortunate. This Knight of Katarina thanks you sincerely. Please, take this as a token of my gratitude.
Emit Force.
There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
Alright. Got anything else to say?
There you are. I'll be heading down. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for...
Alright. So he tried going up. Went through Sens, went through Anne Orlando, didn't find anything worthwhile, so now he's gonna try down below. Okay. Seems good. See now, a team of clerics have taken off to the catacombs. They're no longer here. Briggs, what are you up to?
Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself, I'm fine. Let's get started straight away.
How do you ask out, girl? Kill Furry. That's how.
Two things are required for sorcery.
Y'all should do what
First,
this man tells you.
second,
He is
and,
sexy.
oh, and
That was shocking. That spooked me a little. I'm wondering where
goodbye
Logan
then.
is.
Do
I
stay
think
safe.
I might have messed up. Which is weird, because... Logan should be here. I don't know why he's not. I guess the trigger for him moving on to the next area... Because I saved him... I did save him, right? Did I forget to save him? Let's check real quick. Undead Parish. Let's check real quick just to make sure I did in fact free him from that cage earlier. I thought I did, but maybe I forgot to. When do we get to Lorethrough? Yes. I was gonna run past these dudes. Get through here quickly. One of them fell. Hold up, I'm being followed, aren't I? Yeah. What a jump. Jeez, dude. Okay. What are you doing? Come here. Shit. Away from the wall. Come on. Snussy. Oh god. Come on, do the stabby stab. Not that. Your stab. Come on. Bruh. God, I hate you. Your AI is so broken. Come here. Bruh, do the stab move. Jesus Christ. Come on. Oh, now you do it. Sure. Dude. What the fuck? You fucking kidding me? Why is there no light souls? Matt, if Star Wars is so good, why isn't there a Planet Wars, idiot? Hmm? There you go. You did it. Get punched. Ow. Fuck. Racing. I have to do that again. I didn't save him. Okay, so I didn't mess up. I just forgot to go open his cage earlier. Hold on, I eat. What? Uh-huh. It's very funny when the streamer die. Ding dong. I guess the other boy died? Okay. That works. Gotta stop doing that. God. This is so fucking stupid. This is a lot faster than going and resetting the boulder, though. Come on. Dude, it never takes this fucking long. What is happening? What's my favorite character in Smash? I don't know. I don't fucking play Smash. Last time I played, Bowser was my main in Ultimate. There you go. You're stabby stab. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Fucking Christ. Do the one attack. Come on. You're doing every other attack. That's not close enough. There you go. Jesus Christ. Who's my main in Super Smash Brother Brawl? Single brother. In Brawl... Who the fuck did I play in Brawl? I'll come back to you in a sec, Logan. I think I played, I think I played Fox and Ness. I think that's who I don't fucking remember, man. I haven't played Brawl in forever. Hello.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved. And I'd love to resume my travels, but I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young one.
Ooh ha ha. Alright. Logan is now freed. Goomba? I wish you could play as Goomba. Just use a homeward bone, save some time. There he is, there's Logan. He made it back. Alright, Griggs, what do you have to say?
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat. Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good.
I should still purchase all of Griggs' stuff. So that he moves on. So I'm gonna do that. Buy all his shit. I don't think you have to buy the catalyst, but... Oh, he holds an infinite amount anyway. Okay. Insufficient souls! Ugh.
Have you spoken to Master Logan?
No, I haven't.
He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow.
Old.
Have you spoken to Master Logan? He has...
Okay.
All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again.
Let me pop a soul real quick so I can get the rest of his stuff. No, not the Moonlight Butterfly. Use one of these.
Oh, hello.
There we go.
Have you spoken to Master... All right. That should help you on your journey. May we meet...
Okay. Master Logan Paul, here he is.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised,
Waddle
I will
dee.
share my sorceries.
Yep. So Logan has some new sorceries, like Homing Soul Mass. Sorcery developed by Big Hat Logan. Life originates in the soul. No wonder the soul mass draws toward it. This sorcery is a window into Seeker Logan's methods. Soul Spear, developed by Logan. A symbol of Logan's strength, the Soul Spear is referenced repeatedly in the legends, and is said to be on par with Lord Gwyn's lightning. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing. Hello there. I quite understand. Study is invigorating.
Invigorating.
Heading out, are you? You have great...
So we'll learn more about Logan as we move forward, but worth noting that he has developed some modern sorceries himself, and his rather than drawing from the soul and going outward, his sorceries are attracted to the soul, which, as we'll learn later, is a property that humanity shares. Kind of interesting. Yeah, worth noting that he has a fat cock. Very important note. So now Logan should be moving out pretty soon. I think I know when he will. And then Griggs should follow suit. Make sure the clerics are still out and about. Oh, one of them is back. Interesting.
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady. I've scoured near and far, but no sight of her. Where could she have gone? My lady, to think I swore to protect you with my life. Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so.
Oh, woe is me. It really sounds like he feels bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miracles, was it? Sometimes I lose myself. Pay me no mind.
Stuff. I'll get seek guidance because that'll be useful for very specific things later.
Oh, sometimes I lose myself.
Okay, so he went down to the catacombs with Vin, Nico, and Rhea. And the three of them were supposed to protect Rhea. And now he's back, and none of them are back. And he's acting all freaked out and shit. But it doesn't sound all that genuine, saying shit like, "Oh, woe is me. Oh dear." You have anything to say, Laurentius?
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe. As always, if you provide the materials, I can teach you pyromancy. My teacher, whom I imagine still resides in the Great Swamp, had a funny way of putting it. He said that pyromancy is the ultimate fantasy. We are born into dark and warmed by fire, but this fire we cannot touch. Those whose fascination with fire persists learn to hold it in their own hand. He rather had a way with words, the old withering frog.
You're
In this
so
land,
bloody
pyromancers
tiny!
earn a certain
You're like a
respect.
toy-sized
The Witch of
version of a
Izalith, one of the
man!
legendary lords, is the godmother of pyromancy. So the day I became undead, I was ecstatic. I felt as if I'd been chosen to attune myself to the ancient arts. Of course, it wasn't all that romantic in the end.
I might actually disable the fucking sound effects. That was... Oh my god.
A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill. When I gave you, please take...
Okay. Not too much new there. I don't think I'm gonna buy anything else from it right now. And I'm not gonna upgrade my pyromancy flame. Because the
Goodbye.
only
Be
pyromancy...
safe, friend. Don't you dare go alone.
The only pyromancy that I might use is Power Within, which actually gets worse when you upgrade your flame. Kraken. Oh my god. I like how Frampt can just fall asleep sometimes.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like an old withering snake.
Meat stash. So I'm gonna talk to Frampton. Something is gonna happen. Something kind of interesting. Actually, very interesting. And then we're gonna back out of it, and I'll explain why in a bit. But we'll talk. We'll just start by talking to him. So we got the Lord Vessel, right? From Anne Orlando.
Heavens! You have done it! You have retrieved the Lord Vessel. After 1,000 years, it is you. It is really you. Forgive me. I really should calm down. Now, let us take that vessel on a journey. I assume that you are ready. Now, be still.
You guys ready? Exclamation point Kraken. War stream. Yep.
This is the Firelink Chamber for the successor of Lord Gwyn. Now, place the Lord Vessel on the altar.
Look at how silly he is. So this is the altar that goes to the kiln of the first flame where Gwyn linked the flame. This is not. This room itself is not where he linked the flame. But it's like a sacred altar that leads there. We can actually see there's like a bunch of like smaller Lord Vessels. But we needed this one in particular, the one that we have. And we could place it here, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna first try talking to Frampt.
What is it? Place the Lord Vessel on the altar. No reason for pause at this point. What is it? No reason for pause.
And we're just gonna nope out. No siree, I ain't gonna place that vessel. Bye, Frampt. When can we expect a chess stream? I don't play chess. I'm terrible at chess. And he's sleeping again. So we know that underneath Firelink Shrine here, directly below where Frampt is, there's this giant altar that leads to the Kiln of the First Flame, where Gwyn linked the flame however many years ago. And, when can we expect a chest stream? You got it yesterday, when we met Guinevere. Now it's my turn. Yep. So I said I was gonna talk about Gwyn's firstborn, and I think now is as good a time as any to start on that. So let's start off with Andre. So Andre, the blacksmith, originally had a big plot point to him. And that was that at the end of the game, when you go down to the Kiln of the First Flame, originally you weren't going to be carried down by Frampt. Originally, Andre was going to come here from Undead Parish, where his blacksmith stuff is, and he was going to move this statue out of the way so that you could go down this long pathway that would lead down to the Lord Vessel altar. The reason that's so significant is because that nobody else seems to even know that there is an altar. Nobody else knows how to get there. The only character that ever... Well, the only characters that ever hint at knowing how to get there are Frampt and one other character that we'll meet later. But, yeah, so that's pretty big. Like, why would Andre know how to get down there, and why would he be the only one able to move this statue out of the way? This statue, by the way, is supposedly Gwyn as a baby being held by his mom. I don't know where that info was taken from, but that is the general consensus. Yeah. So that's one big thing about Andre that was cut from the game that really would have made him a good candidate for being the firstborn. It's also worth noting that the firstborn is the god of war, right? And like cared a lot about weaponry and things like that, and was banished from the city of the gods, almost betrayed in a way, right? It's a statue of Belle Delphine holding her baby, yep. Only fans. And Andre has a really interesting line that's still in the game, where we've actually heard him say it before, but I didn't make a huge deal out of it then. But he says, you should always take care of your weapons and armor by like repairing them or whatever, because they'll never betray you. Your weapon never betrays you. And that's kind of a weird thing for someone to say, right? But it makes a lot of sense if Andre was the firstborn, right? Because all he had left to rely on were the weaponry that he stood for as the god of war. So the two other things that people bring up when they're arguing him as the firstborn are, one, he actually has a striking resemblance to Gwyn. Like, they look a lot alike. If you pay attention to how Gwyn looks in the opening cutscene, he and Andre have very similar features. Particularly their hair is very similar. And the other thing is that Andre is the only character in the game who has an animated face. which you could just write off as not being all that significant. But I think it's interesting that they went to the trouble of giving him facial animations because, one, it's just like a priority thing. Like, why would you prioritize that character over all others to give facial animations when it's just a normal-ass blacksmith? That implies to me that he was more important before. And two, maybe that's a hint at the fact that he was supposed to speak in cutscenes or something, like a god would in a cutscene, man, I don't know. There aren't any other characters in this whole game who have facial animations except for like Frampt, I guess. Like, that's a pretty big deal. Beat Frampt up. I can hit him, and he will wake up. But yeah, so those are the arguments for Andre being the firstborn.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like an old withering snake.
He is furtive pygmy in disguise. Amazing. Okay. Next, let's talk about, well, let's go to the Sunlight Altar, where you can enter the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant, and then we'll talk about a couple other characters. Sunlight Altar. It's cool that the Sunlight Altar is one of the bonfires you can warp to. So, I'm going to very briefly go over the second potential firstborn character. And now, yeah, Solaire's here. So the other character, that, for some reason that I cannot fathom, a lot of people thought could have also been the firstborn way back when, was Ornstein. Dragon Slayer Ornstein. The dude who we killed in the last boss fight, Smo and Ornstein. Dude with the spear. And this is based on two things. One, I believe it's stated in his armor. We'll check that later. But I think it's stated somewhere that he was considered the leader of the Four Knights. Or he was appointed the leader of the Four Knights or something. And so people were like, oh, well, maybe he had a closer relationship with Gwyn. And the other reason is literally just that this statue of the firstborn is holding a cross spear, and Ornstein wields a cross spear. That's it. Those are literally the only two reasons that people ever argued him as the firstborn. And I think they're super, like, it's a really dumb argument. You can absolutely just, like, throw that away. There's, like, no solid evidence at all. Then the third person is Solaire. It is my opinion pre-Dark Souls 3, because in Dark Souls 3 you just straight up meet the Firstborn and he is none of these characters. But before the creation of Dark Souls 3, it is my opinion that Andre was originally going to be the Firstborn, and then Solaire was kind of made to be maybe a red herring, but also maybe, like, could have been the Firstborn. Like, maybe not in, like, I think his story was built in such a way that he was meant to be able to be the Firstborn. He absolutely could be the Firstborn, but it's not hard fact, right? Because Miyazaki likes doing that. He likes leaving things up as a mystery. But let's talk to Solaire now. Soft fact, yeah, exactly.
Oh, hello there. Forgive me. I was just pondering about my poor fortune. I did not find my own son, not in Anor Londo, nor in Twilight Blight Town. Where else might my son be? Lost Izalith? Or the tomb of the Grave Lord? But I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this. But when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, what if I am seen as a laughingstock, as a blind fool without reason? Well, I suppose they wouldn't be far off.
That's an interesting line right there, when he says maybe he's seen as a laughingstock, a fool. The reason it's interesting is because, as part of the argument for Solaire being the firstborn, it's stated in one of the item descriptions that the firstborn made a foolish, or did something foolish. Like, the fact that the same word is used might seem superficial, but when it comes to FromSoft, they are very, very careful about their choice of words. So it is definitely possible that that was intentional. It's a very strong possibility.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
That's the big line that people like to refer to. He always talks about the sun as being a magnificent father, and Gwyn being the Lord of Sunlight. Kind of lines up, right? We can also... Let me look up... I'm not going to be getting his armor set or his weapons this playthrough, but I can look up what they say. He's also the only character in the game who's able to use the miracle sunlight spear, which is the strongest version of like the lightning bolt miracle, where you throw a lightning bolt. And the only other character in the entire game that uses that miracle is Gwyn. Gwyn and Solaire are the only two characters who can use the sunlight spear. That's pretty significant, I think. To me, that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, piece of evidence. Let's read his shield and sword, his talisman, and iron sunset. Okay. Okay, so his sword, the Sunlight Straight Sword. This standard longsword belonging to Solaire of Astora is of high quality, is well forged, and has been kept in good repair. Easy to use and dependable, but unlikely to live up to its grandiose name. I think it's interesting, again, that it could totally be a toss-away word, could be superficial, but the fact that they use the word dependable, he has these weapons that he can rely on, as a god of war would rely on. It's something that he can depend on that won't betray him, like the gods might have, right? Next is shield. Shield of Solaire of Astora, Knight of Sunlight. Decorated with a holy symbol, but Solaire illustrated it himself, and it has no divine powers of its own. As it turns out, Solaire's incredible prowess is a product of his own training and nothing more. So that is really interesting to me in a couple ways. So you could see that as being... you could look at it from either side. So you could say... That's Hot Cat. You could say that the fact that that none of his gear has divine power to it is a dead giveaway that he's not the firstborn, right? And that's totally valid. But the way I like to look at it is, one, he's just such a badass that he's so strong, and maybe not just a badass, maybe he's something greater than human, maybe he's something more than human. He's so strong that he doesn't need magic armor or equipment. It's totally ordinary, and he's still as strong as he is. And the other thing is, maybe when his name was removed from history and he was banished from the city of the gods, it says he was stripped of his deific status. I think that's the... Let me see, I have it somewhere. I think that would be the Ring of the Firstborn? Ring of the Sun's Firstborn? Rescinding of his deific status. Maybe rescinding the deific status also removes your deific power, right? And maybe that's what this is hinting at. It could go either way. You could look at this either way. And I think his armor pretty much says the same thing as his shield. Let me check. Check the helm, armor set. His helm says, Helm of Solera Vestora, Knight of Sunlight, of high quality but lacking any particular powers. His incredible prowess must have come from rigorous training alone, for his equipment exhibits no special traits. Yep. And then his armor basically says the same thing. He painted the sun pattern on his armor, which is the same pattern on his shield, which he also painted. So again, all of his equipment just reinforces the idea that he's like a self-made man. He doesn't have any special powers, and maybe that's because his powers, he did have powers, but they were stripped from him. Or maybe it's because he never had powers to begin with. And then his talisman, medium, the sunlight talisman, medium for casting miracles of the gods. The talisman of Solera Vestora, the Knight of Sunlight, is decorated with a holy symbol illustrated by Solaire himself. The talisman is a projection of Solaire's upstanding, unwavering faith. So you don't get much there. I don't know. We will see later that Gwyn's firstborn, and we'll learn this after dealing with Gwendolyn. Gwyn's firstborn wasn't bitter toward his father, toward Gwyn, when he was banished. And we know this because he left Gwyn a gift. He left a gift on Gwyn's tomb when he was banished from Anor Londo. And so maybe the unwavering faith is some kind of reference to that. Again, we don't know. But it's always something worth considering. Did not mean to do that, but I just closed all windows, or all tabs. Reopen that. There we go. And then there's one other pretty big thing about Solaire. And this is a spoiler, so sorry about that, but Solaire has two endings to his questline, to his story. And the ending that we're not gonna go for is one where he follows you to the very end of the game. And I think it's significant that you can summon Solaire for the last boss. He's the only character in the entire game. And by the way, Oscar, and we'll go over this later, but Oscar Vestora, the guy who frees you from the asylum at the beginning of the game, was originally intended to be a recurring character throughout the playthrough, or throughout the game, and then meet you again in the last area for the last boss. But that was cut. And instead, Solaire is the only character in the entire game who can make it that far, and who can confront Gwyn. And I think that's also pretty damn significant. So all of that, in my opinion. Oh, and one other thing. Somewhere, it might also be the ring. Somewhere it says that he still watches over. He still keeps a close eye on his followers. It's not the ring. Where is it? Oh, you know what? I think it's the sunlight medal. Yeah. The symbol represents Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who lost his deity status and was expunged from the annals. But the old god of war still watches closely over his warriors. Solaire watches closely over the warriors of sunlight. He basically serves as the leader of the warriors of sunlight nowadays. And who else would be the leader but the firstborn, right? But, again, maybe he's not the leader. Maybe he's just that into it that he kind of acts as a leader, you know? But he's not... He's, like, self-appointed, kind of. You know? He's not, maybe Gwyn's firstborn is nowhere to be seen and yet still keeps a close eye. We don't know. We don't really know how it works. Anyway, Dark Souls 3 throws all of that out the window. And I think it's okay that it does that because, one, you don't have to subscribe to Dark Souls 3 lore tying in with Dark Souls 1 lore. You can consider them as two separate things if you want. And two, even though it throws all that cool stuff out the window, it actually adds a really interesting story for the Firstborn, which I'll talk about if we ever do a Dark Souls 3 lore through. But yeah, that's basically it. In my opinion, Andre, the blacksmith, was originally going to be Gwyn's firstborn. That idea was cut, and Andre was made to just be a normal blacksmith. And then Solaire was brought in as a character that was probably meant to be the firstborn, but it was left up in the air. So, when I play through the game, before Dark Souls 3 came out, I always kind of liked to think of Solaire as being the firstborn secretly. Nowadays, I think I would like to, but it's hard for me to pull that out of pull that knowledge from Dark Souls 3 out of my head. And so usually I kind of think of him as just a crazy dude who's also kind of badass. But you know, whatever. So that's the firstborn stuff. It's not crazy he's passionate. Who's to say they're not the same thing? Right? I mean, I'm I'm passionate about this game's story, but does that not make me a little crazy, right? Like, it's a video game, dude. I don't know. I'm not saying it makes me a crazy person, but I would certainly think that that's a little bit of a crazy thing to my personality. Oh look, Logan's gone. He's left. He's gone off to Anor Londo. All right, Griggs, what do you got to say?
Oh, there you are. Just so you know, Master Logan has left on his own again. It seems that he is still determined to find the famed regal archives in Anor Londo. I intend to search for him. Only before I leave, there is one thing I wish to do. You see, Master Logan has left most of his books. With them, I could teach you Logan's sorcery. You have done much to assist me. Before I leave on this journey, I will teach you all that Logan has to share.
Alright.
Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Master Logan's sorcery to you.
Whatever floats your boat, cat. So we can buy these two from him, and we will need to, so I'm gonna pop a bunch of souls right here, but...
It's not that I'm concerned for Master Logan's welfare. Even in this treacherous land, Logan's skills are unmatched. He is a true hero. No, the reason I seek Logan is, well, it's really my own conceit now, isn't it? It's not that I'm concerned, it's really my own conceit now, isn't it?
Own conceit. I think it's interesting that he tries to... He basically what he's saying, just to clarify, is that I guess he's saying he guesses his reason for chasing after Logan is his own sense of pride or whatever. I guess pride in his teacher, pride in their relationship. He doesn't want to leave that. He doesn't want to feel abandoned by his teacher, like he's worthless. But we have to remember, he's wearing this black mage set that is associated with assassins and spooks of the Dragon School. And when we first met him, he was locked inside a building with a corpse that had been stuffed into a barrel. Like, this dude is pretty sketchy, even though he talks the talk, right?
Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
It is speculation, to be sure, but it is my opinion, and many people's opinion, that the reason he's so fascinated with Logan is that he's an assassin for hire, and it's his job to kill Logan. And so he's trying to find the right opportunity to do so. We'll catch up with... Oh, well, actually, let me buy stuff, those last couple things off of Griggs. It was 60,000 souls total. This should give me 20... What if he was sent to kill Logan but came to admire him and abandon the job? That could absolutely be the case, Waffle. In fact, that's something I hadn't considered. Yeah, could definitely be the case. Alright, now we had enough souls.
Oh, hello.
S.
It's not that I'm concerned for even...
Alright.
All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again. Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Master Logan's sorcery to you.
I don't think he's supposed to say that once you buy everything.
Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
Anyway, that should, next time we reload this area, that should trigger Griggs to move on. Let's go talk to Domhnall, who has moved to a new spot from his original seat outside the gate to Blighttown. He's moved up to a weird little cranny off to the side of Firelink. What's up, Domhnall? Did I fight Guinevere? I killed Guinevere, if that's what you mean. I killed her illusion at the end of last stream. You mean Gwendolyn? I have not fought Gwendolyn yet.
Aye, Shemai. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh?
Haha. Mandolin.
I'm afraid I don't see any.
Okay. So Domhnall is interesting because he starts... I think this is just a gameplay consideration, but he starts selling the armor of bosses you've defeated. And by the way, the Golem helm is my favorite helmet in the game. Fun fact. I just love the way it looks. But now he sells Ornstein's armor and the Golem armor. If we killed Ornstein first... We killed Smo first, but if we killed Ornstein first, we would be able to buy Smo's armor. I will look up the description of Smo's armor, though. Let's start with the Golem. Head of the Iron Golem, guardian of the ancient Sen's fortress, slayer of heroes who ventured forth to Anor Londo. Without its core, it is a mere hunk of iron and can be equipped as solid protective gear, but its immense weight hinders stamina recovery. So, pretty much what we already knew about the Golem from its soul, which is the core. Without the core or the soul that was put into it, it's just a suit of armor. It's just an empty suit of armor. And you can buy it and you can wear it. I probably will buy the helmet later just because I fucking love how it looks. But, anyway. Ornstein. Armor of the Dragon Slayer Ornstein, who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Ornstein is believed to be the captain of the Four Knights. His golden lion armor is imbued with the power of lightning and should provide good protection against it. I suppose that might have also been another argument for Ornstein being the firstborn, the fact that his spear can fire lightning bolts. And, you know, lightning bolts are a Gwyn thing. I still think it's super not believable, but anyway. What's really interesting about this description is the fact that they use the word believed, or the phrase believed to be. They don't just say that Ornstein is the captain of the Four Knights. They say that he's believed to be the captain of the Four Knights. It is my belief, and this is speculation, it is my belief and the belief of many others, including Marcus, Ian B., who I kind of consider to be like the grandfather of Dark Souls lore, especially for the first game. In fact, I think he was the first person who suggested this, but it's my opinion, yep, that Sans is the firstborn. Now that Ornstein was decorated to be the leader of the Four Knights through some political struggle. But the fact that Hawkeye Goff, who we're going to find out is an extremely capable, extremely reasonable, and intelligent person, the fact that the game outright declares him the leader of the Archers in particular, it is my belief that he was in fact the leader of the Four Knights. And that Ornstein was just made to look like the leader of the Four Knights. And as we'll learn later, I guess this is a minor spoiler, but whatever. Hawkeye Goff was a giant. And he was the only one of the Four Knights who was a giant. And giants were kind of discriminated against. Most of them were made slaves, and those who weren't slaves were guards. And that's about it. You didn't really get giants anywhere else. You were either a guard for the royal family, or you were a slave. Goff was the exception. Well, Goff and Smo were the exceptions. But when we read Smo's armor, we'll learn a bit more about him as well. But they were the exceptions, and the fact that Goff was so high-ranked and so, like, highly respected by everyone, including his colleagues, the other knights, and yet they couldn't just say he was the leader, is like, it's kind of sad. It's really fucked up. But yeah, that's my belief. The fact that they specifically wrote that Ornstein was believed to be the captain is that he's not. He was just made to look like the captain. Let's read Smo's armor. Armor of Smo, the Executioner, protector of the cathedral at the Forsaken City of Anor Londo. It offers extremely high defense and can be worn by humans, but not without great difficulty. Only thing that we gather from that really is that Smo is not human, which you can surmise from just his size. But it's nice to have the confirmation that he is in fact a giant, because you could always argue that his size is a gameplay consideration, right? Because you want to make a boss physically larger than the player character because that makes the boss more intimidating. That's just game design 101. He's not human, he's just fat. Oh. Let's read the description for his hammer, because we won't be able to make that. Also his soul. Soul of Smo. Soul of Smo, the Executioner, who guards the cathedral in the Forsaken City of Anor Londo. Use the soul of this eerily gleeful executioner to acquire a huge amount of souls, or to create a unique weapon. Eerily gleeful, which is evidenced as a fun little detail that they included during the Smo and Ornstein fight. You can actually, every now and then, you can hear Smo giggling maniacally. He had a very high-pitched voice. I don't know if you guys heard it during the fight at all. Let me see if I can actually find the sound clip. Oh yeah, here we go. So those are the sound clips that will play occasionally during the Smo and Ornstein fight, if Smo is alive. Which is an important detail. After if you kill Smo first, which I did, once you're in the second phase of the fight, fighting Ornstein, you won't hear those sound effects anymore. So it's very clearly his voice. Yeah, Smo actually laughs maniacally throughout that fight because he loves killing people. And then Smo's hammer. Great hammer from the soul of Executioner Smo, who guards the cathedral in the Forsaken City of Anor Londo. Smo loved his work and ground the bones of his victims into his own feed, ruining his hopes of being ranked with the 4 knights. So Smo was actually so strong and good at what he did that he was seriously considered as a candidate to join the 4 knights. Making them 5 knights, but you know what I mean. There was originally going to be 5 knights, and one of them was going to be Smo. But Smo was banned from becoming one of them because he would grind the bones of the people he executed and then put them in his food and eat them. 5 knights at Smo's. Yep, I'd play that. That'd be scary. And it's also an interesting effect on his hammer. Every time you attack an enemy, you get 10 health back, which is supposed to be emblematic of that quirk of his. Quirk, not quark. And then I'm just gonna look up the description of Ornstein's spear because I don't think I'm gonna be crafting it. Dragon Slayer Spear. Cross spear born from the soul of Ornstein, a dragon slayer guarding Anor Londo Cathedral. Inflicts lightning damage, effective against dragons. Two-handed thrust relies on cross and buries spear deep within a dragon's hide and sends human foes flying. So we don't get really any significant lore there, just that he killed dragons, as his name implies. And which makes sense, because, you know, the 4 knights fought closely with Gwyn in the war against the dragons, so it makes sense. We even see in the opening cutscene of the game, we can see the Silver Knight archers firing at the dragons. Presumably under order from Goff, but Goff is either not there or off-screen or whatever.
Well, that is a shame then, but no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us. Someday. Sometime.
Alright. Is there anything else I want to do before we go back to Anor Londo? Ow! Oh, you motherfucker! Wow. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Oh, I'm back here. Neat. You know what? I think it's also interesting that this statue, which is supposed to depict Gwyn as a baby and his mother, is depicting the same thing that the statue that Andre was originally going to move, but now it's next to Solaire. That might also be symbolic of, like, the passing on of Andre's original character origin story to Solaire. Just a thought. I warp to Firelink. And Griggs should be... No, he's still here. I talked to him.
Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Master Logan's sorcery to you.
I already bought all your sorcery, though.
It's not that I'm concerned for even... No.
I don't know.
Goodbye,
Logan seems
Do
a little bugged. Not Logan, Griggs. But maybe, So Logan isn't here, but he can't actually physically get to the next location he's supposed to go to. So maybe I have to unlock something before Griggs moves forward, I'm not sure. Let's take a quick trip down to New Londo. Talk to a friend of ours. Maybe. human titty. I'll go grab that in a bit. There he is. I think I actually missed a little bit of dialogue from him because I brought Logan back late. I think he says he has some unique dialogue for when Logan and Griggs are both in Firelink. Let me just look this up. Crestfallen Warrior. Hello. Griggs, Laurentius. Freya. After freeing Logan, he says, "Oi, did you see him? Big Hat Logan, the legendary sorcerer, in the flesh. This place is simply mad. Legendary heroes popping up left and right. They're making me feel quite inadequate, to be honest. Haha." Alright, I thought he had more to say than that, but that's funny. Kick him off. I don't think I'm going to be given the opportunity. Because our friend here, old Crestfallen, it's hard to tell from here, but he's gone hollow. Here he comes. Maybe we'll get a better look here. Oh yeah, he's hollowed out. He's gonna try to kick me. Come on, dude. Damn. Poor guy. Doesn't even drop anything. Only drops 1,000 souls. Oh well. So it goes. Kick him off. It's too late. I couldn't remember if he drops anything, so I was afraid of kicking him off. So I guess I could have just reloaded. I don't think Rickert has anything new to say, but let's see. Also, he has a special armor set on. It's actually different from the Black Mage set, even though it looks similar. It was originally an armor set that you could acquire, but it was cut from the game. Called the Mage Blacksmith set, I think. Specifically for blacksmith mages from the College of I almost said the College of Winterhold. That's fucking Skyrim. From the Vinheim Dragon School.
Ah, hello. What weapons have you brought? Go on, show me. Oh, Big Hat. Of course I've heard of it. Who hasn't in Vinheim? He was a royal member of Dragon School until he turned undead. I hear he was quite the character. Only that was 100 years ago. What interest have you in the old eccentric now? Sorcery? Don't ask me how it actually works. We only fiddle and forge until it works itself in. That's how we do it in Vinheim, at least. We prefer to leave the theorizing to those uppity scholars. What is it? There's nothing to talk about. We're both cursed, undead. But what's there really to moan about? Come back soon. Smithing helps soothe my nerves. Don't let me wither away out of idleness.
I don't think Rickert ever goes hollow, actually. I don't think there's ever an event trigger for that. He's just always sitting there. But it's interesting that he notes that Logan was around 100 years ago. What the fuck is he doing around now? Although I guess he is undead, right? So maybe it doesn't matter that he's 100 years old. But you'd think at this point, he'd at least have gone hollow and basically disappeared. It's interesting. You know, Night King Rendell and Black Iron Tarkus are interesting cases as well, where you have these legendary figures from history showing up in Lordran at the same time that you're here, which is kind of bizarre. But again, kind of plays into how they attempt to explain the multiplayer mechanics, which is just that time is distorted in Lordran, so you have people from different times phasing in and out of each other's worlds. Yeah, time is warped. It's just an interesting thing to think about. It is explained by the game, if vaguely, right? I suppose I should kill this guy here. This big old lug. An undead dragon. Interesting that a dragon can become undead. Only because they were never really considered to be fully alive, and it seems like only alive things can become undead, right? How can something become undead if it is incapable of being dead? Kinda weird. God damn, you got a lot of health. Ow! And you do a lot of damage. Just never really sure what the best way to fight this dude is. This stuff will eat away at your equipment. If you're not careful. I think this is like the best way to fight him. It's kind of like the vomit from the gaping dragon, where it damages your equipment and break it. Interesting that he doesn't have a lower half. It's kind of creepy. Ow. Ugh. Oh my god. I got bitch slapped. Dragon scale. Dragon tails. Astora straight sword. Dragon crest shield. Let's read these. Let's start with the scale. A dragon is inseparable from its scales. Oh, peeled from an ancient dragon. Sure. The dragon is inseparable from its scales, and the transcendent apostles who seek the perpetuity of the ancient dragons have crossed the very end of the earth to seek his invaluable treasure. That line about crossing the end of the earth will make a lot more sense later on. Because they're not talking about the Valley of the Drakes, I can tell you that. Now let's take a closer look at this area down here. I'm not sure I'm going to actually kill the Drakes, because they are rough enemies. I'll see what I can do. Let me just see. Oh, actually, I do pretty good damage against him now. Yeah, I can kill him. So this guy, some humanity back here. I don't think there's any significance to the placement of that. I don't think the dragon's like guarding, or Drake is guarding it or anything. It just happens to be there. something I wanted to note earlier, and I'll come back to this after we've played through the DLC, but so this tunnel that seems to be caved in goes directly to the Darkroot Basin, right? And we know this because this elevator over here leads back to the bottom of the Darkroot Basin, where you find the tower where Havel was and everything. We know this. So this tunnel would lead directly to the big empty space in the middle of the Darkroot Basin. But it's been caved in, and it seems to just fade off into pitch black. And if we get really close to it, I was actually, well, maybe not. At least on Reddit, it might be that I was one of the first people who actually noticed this. But if you get really close to it, you get the same visual effects that you get when you go into areas that have been corrupted by the Abyss. The same exact visual filter and the same audio filter. So that's pretty interesting. Tells us something about the Darkroot Basin, right? That's not in there by mistake. And we'll learn... We'll know that as for fact after playing through the DLC. But for now, just know that it's not a mistake that this area leading to the Darkroot Basin that's been walled off has the same visual and audio effects as the Abyss. And here we can see the floodgate to New Londo that we learned about from the description of the Channeler's robes, the crimson robes. And these dudes I am not gonna try to fight one at a time. Oh, unless I can actually pull them out. Hold up. If I can draw their aggro, then I might just kill them. What I got there was the Brigand set, by the way, which is one of the starting sets. If you choose the Barbarian build at the start of the game. Barbarian class. Oh, don't push me off. It was very close to being very bad. Ow! Fuck! Are you serious? I've never seen them spam that attack like that. That sucks. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I should have rolled, but I've never seen them spam that attack. That's ridiculous. Oh, I'm back here again. Keep forgetting to rest at Firelink. I'm actually gonna go to Undead Parish, go around the other way. It'll be faster. Because they're actually guarding a ring that I want to pick up. Not that I'm necessarily going to use it, but it might have some lore on it. I don't actually remember. Besides, I'm trying to get all the items I can, regardless. Also get a good look at the Darkroot Basin going this way, so that's an added benefit. Here's the basin I was talking about. Just drops off into this giant gorge. Yeah, Darkroot Basin. you can kind of see what might be... Oh, what actually is the other side of that bridge that's been caved in. Wow, I've never actually noticed that before. That's crazy. Well, that 100% confirms it. Yeah, there it is. There's the bridge that connects to New Londo. Goes through the basin, and the basin just kind of fades off into pitch black, much like the caved-in tunnel. Wow, I've never realized that that was the bridge. Oh, that's so cool. Man, Damn. It's been a long time since I last learned something absolutely new from this game. But yeah, we go through here, and we take this elevator, and then we'll be on the other side of that caved-in tunnel. I suppose I'll use this time to read the brigand armor. Brigand armor. Armor worn by the brigands who raid mountain hamlets and attack travelers. The addition of metal over a base of cloth and leather offers good mobility and defense. Okay. Nothing too interesting there. Stealth ninja build. It is far too late for that. I know I didn't rest. So yeah, here we are on the other side of that. And you have this this audio and video filter, as if you were in the abyss until you step out here, and then it goes away. Okay, we're gonna run past these guys this time. They mad. Red Tearstone Ring. And we got a bit of a closer look at the floodgate, which also seems to be kind of covered in this, like, it's almost like a pitch black veil. You can barely see the door even though we're right next to it. And yet, there's sunshine. Plenty of it. Interesting. So we have the blue Tearstone ring already, or had. Rare gem called Tearstone has the uncanny ability to sense imminent death. This blue Tearstone from Katarina boosts the defense of its wearer when in danger. This red Tearstone from Kareem boosts the attack of its wearer when in danger. That's interesting, I didn't actually remember that. So the blue Tearstone ring is from Katarina, where Siegmeyer is from. But the red stone is from Kareem, which is where Lautrec is from. Lautrec, and Oswald. Throw a dung pie on the drinks. I don't think I have an angle on him. Also, it won't do anything. Do you know there's actually a way to cheese out? I have one dung pie. There's a way to cheese out Kappa Demon with dung pies. If you throw enough, you can make him toxic and then just wait for him to die. Damn. I threw too far. Alright, let's make our way. Oh, you know what? I think because they reset their positions, I might actually not be able to do this. Let's try. Maybe. Oh, maybe. Fine, I guess we're out of here. This is is how you run through here if you're doing the speed run. Although normally it's in the other direction. Alright. One of them is still following me? What are you doing, you silly boy? How far are you gonna go? You can't get past your friend. Take shit for more dung pie. I could buy some of the sewer ladies' shit. Okay, I think now we'll go deal with Gwendolyn. I think I've covered all the dialogue and item descriptions that I wanted to before moving forward. Kissing, just like Mario and Sonic. Oh, I'm warping, aren't I? Yeah. Let me check to see if Griggs is still here. Yeah, he's still here. I don't know what he's doing. Dark Moon 2. That's where we're going. Alright, so remember this is where the... I mean, it's clearly a tomb. We know that from the bonfire description, but it was also a memorial for all the Silver Knights that followed Gwyn to the First Flame and Gwyn himself. Because when he linked the First Flame, it killed all of them. It burned all of them alive. But behind the statue of Gwyn was this, hiding. Now normally, if we make it back here without revealing Dark and Orlando, then we can kneel on this mat and enter the Dark Moon Blade Covenant, which is led by Gwendolyn, but instead we're just gonna to the fog.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
He make long hallway. I think it's cool that he has the same boss music as the Moonlight Butterfly. It's just anything associated with Moonlight. Oop. I rolled too late. Believe! Wait! Got a bow and arrow, and he's got these weird snake tendril things coming out from under his gown. make sure I can actually hit him. Okay. Alright, he's almost dead. Not a very tough boss, but a cool one. Cool one nonetheless.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Now the hallway isn't never ending anymore. Soul of Gwendolyn. I think it's really cool that they do the endless hallway thing, which, by the way, isn't actually endless. It takes fucking forever, but you can actually run to the end of the hallway, which I think is kind of funny. But, I've never done it myself, because, like I said, it takes fucking forever, but I have, seen people do it. It's cool that he does that to the hallway, because it's in line with his character, with his powers. He's able to create these insane illusions that bend reality in bizarre ways. He was able to make it seem like Anor Londo was still perfectly fine and spiffy and was populated, and there were knights everywhere and guards. He even made it seem like Gwendolyn was, or Guinevere was still here, but she's not. The fact that he's able to make such a powerful illusion is kind of crazy. But maybe that's kind of, power level wise, is kind of fitting of someone who's the son of, like, the god of all gods, right? Yeah. Dequip armor and run? No, that doesn't help. So now we see, this is Gwyn's real tomb. And Gwendolyn would sit here. There's flowers there. Chest. Sunlight blade. Alright. What's in here? The brass set. It was worn by the Moonlight Blade, or the Moonlight Knightess, I think is what she's called. Bonfire Keeper, who we killed. Firekeeper. And this chest is empty? Didn't remember that. It's kind of weird that it's empty. Maybe it's supposed to hint at, like, this tomb was looted at some point? I don't know. I don't know. But let's read what we got. Sunlight Blade. Miracle wielded by Lord Gwyn's firstborn. Boosts right weapon with rays of sun. The power of sunlight, manifested as lightning, is very effective against dragons. When the eldest son was stripped of his deific status, he left this on his father's coffin, perhaps as a final farewell. This is what I was talking about earlier. Gwyn was already dead by the time the firstborn had been banished from Anor Londo. Which tells us that Gwyn had no hand in this. Probably if Gwyn was around, it never would have happened. But people took advantage of the situation and got rid of him for whatever reason. We don't know why. We kind of know why after Dark Souls 3, but we still don't really know why. There's no solid evidence. So yeah, they had a very good father-son relationship, even after Gwyn was dead and the firstborn was banished. So much so that the firstborn left such an important, powerful thing at his father's coffin. And then we got the brass armor. There it is. Did we ever read Tarkus's stuff? I don't think we did. I'll read that after. Brass armor. Armor of the Dark Moon Knightess. Yeah, that's her name. Firekeeper of Anor Londo. After becoming undead, she visited the Dark Sun Gwendolyn at the Mausoleum of the Spiral Depths, becoming a Blade of the Dark Moon, and assumed the flame-keeping duty. She received this armor, which hides her hideous form and helps her hunt the guilty. Not too much to be gained from that we didn't already know. The fact that it references her hideous form has to do with firekeepers in general. Because as we know, firekeepers have a swarm of humanity eating away at their soul underneath their skin, and you can actually... You're supposed to, like obviously you don't see it, probably because of, you know, tech limits, but the firekeepers are supposed to have, like, humanity wriggling under their skin, and it's supposed to be kind of disturbing. Making sure there's nothing else I didn't read. Let's read Tarkus's armor, which we found in Guinevere's church thing by the great painting. Black iron armor. Armor of black iron Tarkus, a knight known for his great strength. Built of a special black iron and providing strong defense, notably against fire, but so terribly heavy to be unwieldy to all but Tarkus himself. Except it was a little too heavy for him and he fell down and died. Teehee. Alright. Let's, suppose we could do Painted World. Should I do Painted World, or... Crypta never got up, yep. So I think if we want to try to stay kind of, coherent with the story, we shouldn't do the Painted World next. We should do New Londo next. Well, we'd have to take care of another boss first, but because I hate New Londo so much, I think I'm gonna do the Painted World first. And before any of that, I think I'm gonna take a quick break. We're almost at 25 each. Like, I want to get strength and dex both to 30. And then maybe I'll start pumping endurance again. But yeah, we'll take a little break here. Ooh, you know what? I bet if I turn the HUD off... Nah, doesn't work. Oh, whale. Oh, but I can... Hold on. In the remaster, you can scale the UI. Make it real tiny. Which a lot of people prefer. There you go. Now we get a better view. Do sitting emote. They don't have those in this game. Those didn't exist, I think until Dark Souls 3. I don't think there were any sitting emotes in Dark Souls 2. I don't remember though. Anyway, I'll be back. I gotta use the restroom. back. I was thinking about it in the restroom. I like making new emotes based on like playthroughs I've done in the past, right? Or games that I play a lot. What would you guys think? I think for whenever I get a new emote slot, I want to do something Dark Souls related. But I was trying to think of what do you guys think of just a bonfire emote? What I like about it is that you can put other emotes around it, make it look like they're sitting at a bonfire. Cozy. Like story time. Turn the HUD back on. Lee likes it, Waffle. You're not feeling it, Waffle? I'm gonna scale the HUD back up, which is what I'm used to. Some people prefer it small, but just what I usually see. An Estus flask instead of F. Oh, just 'cause you don't really use emotes. Okay, that's fair. Estus Flask is good for when you're trying to get Strimmer to heal. Or whatever. But you mean like to replace the letter F? If I made it a Frankerface Z emote, I could do that. Interesting that the painting guardians are real. They are not illusions. Not really sure what to think of that. Estes Orc. No, it would only replace a standalone letter F if I did it that way. I don't know if it's. I think it. No, it is. Caps sensitive. Alright, let's examine the painting. Big painting. God. Look at that low-res paint. Painted World of Ariamis. Hell yeah. So this area is super fucking cool. For starters, it's the first ever snowy area in the Souls series, which seems self-explanatory since this is Dark Souls 1, but that's also including Demon Souls, which was originally supposed to have a snow area. And 2, this whole area, the layout of this area was the original level that they used for... It was either a tech demo or like alpha testing or something. But this level, the whole Painted World level, is a reused level that they liked the design of so much that they wanted to use it, even though it didn't really fit within the world of Dark Souls. And also this area, in general, just kind of holds a bunch of content that would have been cut, but they wanted to keep in the game so badly that they decided to throw it in here. Can't even remake Snow World. But yeah, I think the original tech demo for Dark Souls was you would go through the Painted World. Is a little different, of course, but you'd go through the Painted World, and the boss at the end was Nito, I think. But yeah. So fun fact, if you don't have the ability to warp to other bonfires before you come here, you're actually stuck in the painted world until you beat it. There's no way, you can't homeward bone out. If you homeward bone, it just brings you back to this bonfire right here, even if you haven't rested at it. He's known for his painting abilities, it's true. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna reverse my hollowing for an NPC invasion. Alright. And my controller unplugged itself. Cool. Cable sucks. Okay. So, Painted World, among a couple other levels in this game, is like has notably, like particularly masterful level design. It was neat. Crow person. Creepy. Ow. He burped. That stuff that this dude emits, I think causes toxin, if I remember correctly, which is a pretty big deal. Yep, causes toxin. Do I have any blooming purple moss? I do. Overproud Knight. I'm gonna go up here. See a dude and an item in that building there. And a crow. Crow demon. We'll learn they're called. Perched and staring over here. Few of them, eh? Building. Are they coming? Weird. Normally when you run up here, at least one of the crow demons aggro's on you and flies over. I don't know what's going on. You're supposed to be flying over here, dum-dum. What are you doing? Lazy. Twin Humanities. So this item placement is interesting. And I think it's an oversight by the team that remade Dark Souls. Or not remade, but remastered Dark Souls. And I say that for a couple reasons. One, so I think it's a mistake because that Twin Humanities is on a male corpse, and that is the only, as far as I can remember, that's the only case where that's true in the entire game. Normally, every single Twin Humanities you find is on a female corpse, because the idea is they had a baby inside them. That's the other humanity. And the other reason that I know that's a new thing that wasn't in the original game is because the dried fingers item that we bought from the merchant in Undead Burg. Where is it? Where am I? Oh, maybe I didn't buy them. I might have not bought them because I didn't have enough souls at the time. But the undead merchant in the Burg sells an item called dried fingers. Originally, this is the corpse that you would pick up the dried fingers from. But they moved it to a merchant near the beginning of the game for gameplay consideration. Because they wanted PvPers to be able to... Well, people who are interested in multiplayer in general to be able to get that item early on. What if he ate the baby? Oh my gosh. Also heard... I don't know if you guys noticed, but we heard some weird growling. Now we'll be able to hear it. Now, I don't know why this enemy makes this sound, but it does. It's just an albino rat. I don't know why it makes these disturbing growling noises, growls and grunts. But it does. Alright. Soul of a brave warrior. He braved the rats, but didn't come out on top. No. Don't know why you're not aggroing. Strange. That's a lot of fire, boys. Ow. Ow. Oh, hi. Damn it. I did not want to be toxic. Ah, shit. I'd die if I'm not careful. I think this is my last blooming purple. That is. That ain't good. Cut this down. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Alright, well. I'm gonna get toxic. Because I'm literally... Or I'm just gonna die, because I'm stuck. Alright, cool. Thanks, game. I don't even know where this dude came from. Oh, you know what? I do know where he came from. That's annoying. Oh, look at that. It's a Gravelord servant sign. I wasn't sure we were going to see any of these. I'm not going to do it. But, that's a really interesting covenant. Toxic soul. Yep. Go up here. This is where that other dude was. I guess he jumped down because I went for that item. Oh, of a brave warrior. Egg vermifuge. We'll talk about egg vermifuge later. Look at this silly little boy hanging out. Hee. It was a nice dodge. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Holy shit. Jesus. Wow. I was not expecting that. Probably go rest the bonfire after this. Painting Guardian set. We'll read that later. Just an empty room. Very cool. You know what I think we'll do? I think I'm gonna sprint through and get a checkpoint, because I have this toxic thing and I can't get rid of it. I'm gonna sprint through and get a checkpoint, a shortcut that'll let us get back here easier. And then I'll run through again slowly for items and such. This is just really annoying. I'm definitely gonna die to it, or I'm gonna end up going through all of my humanity because it lasts for so damn long. Doody-doody-doo. Now we're out in the courtyard. Look at this phalanx creature. And the door goes back to the beginning. Very nice tight level design. Okay. We're gonna have to deal with enemies again, but whatever. Not that big a deal. Unless I'm an idiot. Rose. These enemies are, I don't know if reference is the right word, but they're based on an enemy and a boss, actually, from Demon Souls. The first boss, actually, if you don't count the tutorial boss. We're gonna go over here. Nice dodge, dude. Nuts. That was crazy. Large soul of a proud knight. Creepy fucking sound effects that we hear over here. And these bizarre prison cells. Brew waffle. Fact. It's actually kind of like a melody. Never noticed that. Grabbing food. Nice. I wish I was grabbing food, but I ate already. I'm still kind of hungry. But I'm trying to eat less and eat better. Soul of a proud knight. Soul of a proud knight. And this is why I went human. Dark Spirit King Jeremiah has invaded. There he is. Here he comes. Oh my god. Oh, he's a pushover. Let me see if I can get him to use any of his spells. He has a notched whip. he uses chaos spells, which is very interesting. All right. What does he drop? Humanity. Notched whip. Notched whip. Whip with sharp spikes. Causes heavy bleeding. Not much here, lore-wise. However, worth noting, and I'll talk more about this once we actually get his armor, which, if you kill him out here on this ledge, we'll be able to get his armor at the end of this area. There's a pretty compelling argument for Jeremiah being the king of Izalith. As in Witch of Izalith, one of the 4 lords that we have to kill. Well, or one of the lord souls that we have to acquire. And I'll get more into that later, but it's worth noting, first off, that the wall hugger parasite that we killed in Blighttown, the thing that I had to get up behind and kill it, it was like this big bulbous thing that was attached to the wall. I don't know if you guys remember. First of all, its shape is pretty reminiscent of the shape of Jeremiah's hat, I guess. His wrappings. Second, that enemy, which in the English version is called the wallhugger parasite, in the Japanese version, it's called the Prince of Izalith. And there are only 2 whips in the whole game. One of them is the notched whip, which we just got from killing Jeremiah, who used a notched whip. And the other one we find right next to the parasite. Or, as some would call it, some being people in Japan, the Prince of Izalith. So, you have a king named Jeremiah. It's not stated that he's the king of Izalith, but he is a king. And you have a prince, or a son of a king, and they're the only 2 characters in the game that are associated with whips. I don't know, man. I do not understand translation differences like that. Pyromancy, Acid Surge. Read it. Acid Surge. Pyromancy foreign to the Great Swamp. Emit acid which corrodes weapons and armor. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spell is the work of one such outlander. So, as we're gonna pick up pieces of evidence here and there, but this world, the painted world, we can actually read it in the description of this doll, which is what allowed us to enter the painted world. Clutched this doll tightly, eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. An abomination who had no place in this world. So, this painted world is kind of a place for, like, cursed or unwanted things. Things that don't belong in the outside world are basically trapped in here. I am an abomination, it's true. I take full responsibility. Okay, let's move forward. There are many routes I could take here. Disasters are gone after the defeat of the Grave Lord Servant. Wow. That's crazy. So I guess my world had been Grave Lorded, which basically means more and tougher enemies can spawn. That's why we saw a Grave Lord sign on the ground. But if you interact with the Gravelord sign, it actually summons the person who put it down, and if you kill them, then your world is no longer Gravelorded. Somebody else must have spawned him and killed him, and so it removed him from my world. That's all that meant. This is no good. Okay. That was the corpse that was hanging back at the beginning of the area. Ow. Do I want to do this yet? I don't think I do. I'm gonna come back to that. Actually, I might as well do it now. Go down here. There's another entrance to this underground area as well. Oh. Close your eyes, do it blind. This part is pretty notorious. And I'm used to entering it from a different angle, but we'll try this. I just gotta be careful, move slowly. I'll try to get a better look here. It's wow, that actually looks way creepier when it's distorted by depth of field. But, so that's a skeleton trapped inside like a wheel. It's called a bone wheel skeleton, but that does not look like a skeleton from this distance. That just looks like a deformed baby face. That's really fucking creepy. The bone zone, yeah. These enemies are really notorious. Because it's very easy to get torn apart by them. Because they will kind of, if they manage to hit you once with your shield up, yes, you'll block the damage, but they hit you continuously and it will stun lock you and drain your stamina until they break your guard and then more than likely one-shot you. So I'm gonna do my best to aggro these guys one at a time. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go really slowly through here. Fucking, there's at least 4 of them left. I do like how they explode when you kill them. Their bones just fly around. Come here. Come on. Do this, buddy. I think it's just 2 more down in this room, as far as I can tell. suppose. What items were they guarding? Soul of a Proud Knight. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Okay. And a handle. Turn the handle. The statue in the middle of the courtyard, where the phalanx are. Turned around. Now the gate that was locked before is opened. Neat. Okay. Dead end ahead. Incorrect. Use fucking fire. Gotta be careful, because sometimes when you, like, hit a wall with your sword or something, the sound can actually aggro enemies from a long distance. That's what I'm talking about with the, stamina depletion. Gotta be careful about that, especially in these close corridors. Machine gun blows exactly. Annex key. That's the really important item I wanted from down here, but I am gonna go ahead and just explore the whole place. I see you. You see me. Amazing. A staircase. Just a sad, sad boy. He won't hurt us. He's just really sad about his fate. About what he is, what he's become. Poor thing. He's tired of being alive. One way to put it. I think even if we kick him, he doesn't fight back. Oh no, he does. Oh god. Toxic. Ugh. Fire surge, right? I'm gonna try to get through the rest of this area relatively quickly so that I don't die from toxic. Come here, feller. They actually have a rare chance to drop a bone wheel shield, which is kind of funny because when you press the button that would normally either parry or bash, depending on the shield, all it does is make it spin. So this ladder leads back up to the well in the middle of the courtyard, and there's a phalanx at the top of it, so I can't actually go that way right now. That's funny. very good shield. Alright, we're done with the part that most people dread about this area. So it's nice. It's not really that bad if you take it slow. Because fighting one bone wheel skeleton at a time is really not bad at all. But you can get overwhelmed easily if you have more than one attacking you. Alright, let's go back to the bonfire. Get this toxic away. Ooh, you know what? Why don't we read some items? As long as I'm at a rest stop. I don't remember if any of them would be in here. Oh, the egg vermifuge. Removes parasitic egg from body. Bitter sour chestnut removes parasitic egg from body. The egg bearers have chosen to serve the flame of chaos, and the eggs symbolize this selfless choice. Naturally, these chestnuts are forbidden, but are allowed under special circumstances. So, if you remember the egg bearers from Quelaag's domain and entering the demon ruins, if you let them do a specific grab attack, after you've been hit with this one grab attack, after a very long time, your character will start scratching the back of their head like they're itchy. And after a long time after that animation starts appearing randomly, you will grow an egg on your head. What the egg does is basically any souls that you consume go to it instead of your currency. So you basically don't get any souls as long as the egg is on your head. But once you hit a certain amount of souls, it hatches this centipede parasite thing out of the egg, which replaces your kick attack with... it replaces your kick with like a... The parasite does some kind of attack. It's super not worth it, but it is interesting. And in order to get... The only way to get rid of the egg is to use egg vermifuge. That's all this is. And the reason it's here really is just because it's a forbidden substance. That's it. No other reason, really. What else? Oh, I never read The Soul of Gwendolyn. I should do that. I could do that now. Soul of Dark Moon Gwendolyn, god of the dark sun and guardian of deserted Anor Londo. Special beings of special souls use the soul of Gwyn's last born to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. Okay, we'll learn more from his armor and weapon and stuff. Oh, you know what? I never actually read the description for the Lord Vessel. Lord Vessel bestowed upon the chosen undead who is destined to succeed Lord Gwyn. The chosen undead is granted the art of warping between bonfires. To open the final door, place this vessel on the Firelink altar and fill it with powerful souls. Okay. Annex key. Key to the annex in the painted world of Ariamis. In the wintry painted world, there is a structure resembling an old cathedral. Its annex serves as a type of storehouse. So we'll be able to get some items from there. Don't think I read Astora's straight sword. Straight sword of an unknown knight, likely one of Astora's superiors. High quality weapon with a powerful blessing. Okay, cool. Also got the Dragon Crest shield. Shield of a nameless knight, likely a high-ranked knight of Astora. One of the enchanted blue shields. The Dragon Crest shield greatly reduces fire damage. Neat. we get any new armor? I don't think so. No. Oh, yeah, we did. The Painted Guardian set. Robe worn by the alabaster-clothed guardians, or alabaster-clothed guardians of the paintings in Anor Londo. Offers substantial protection versus magic. They have guarded the great paintings of Ariamis for ages, passing their duty down through the generations, but the reason for doing so passed from all memory long ago. So, I think really all that tells us is that the painted world is very, very old. It gives us a little bit of timeline context. Just a little bit. Alright. Let's keep play game. This is the item that I cut down. Corpse. It's just humanity. Let's enter the annex, yeah? Building right here. Now that we have the annex key. It's interesting, it's like crumbling. The floor looks like it wants to fall out, kind of like the asylum. This dude's kind of a pain in the ass. I might try to bring him down with a bow. Let me see something. Nice, I can still fast roll with this. Because I don't want to get toxic again. I've had enough of that. 69, nice. Alright. It's nice that I can actually have that equipped. Didn't realize. You want more food, but you have no more. I'm familiar with that feel, I'm sorry. It's not a pleasant one. Oh, this asshole. Oh, I forgot you patrol all the way up here, huh? Burp. Oh my gosh. I don't know a good way to deal with these guys. Really gotta get your spacing down just right, so they don't toxic you. Okay. Oh, was I able to lure out the other one from the stairs? Yes, sir. That's good. Yeah, you just gotta space it really well. That's true, I don't ever use magic. Can I do this and still fast roll? Why, yes, I can. Alright, we'll start using a little bit of magic. I'll just equip, like, soul arrows or something. Next time I'm at a bonfire. These guys can be a bit of a pain. Because they have a lot of health, and there's a lot of them, and they do a lot of damage. Especially if they land this one grab move on you. If it's not a one-hit kill, okay, they got it. It's very close. Yeah. Yeah, no, that basically killed me. So I got stun locked. Wow, it's Lee, my friend. He is texting me. That's crazy. Ugh. Oh my god, controller, please, for the love of God. Just work with me here. What is happening? Whoa. Alright, let's try the annex again. Oh, you know what? Let's attune some magic. Do a great soul arrow, I guess, or just regular soul arrow. Probably won't do much damage. Let's see how much it does. So the physical arrow did 69 damage. 30. I don't know about that. Let's try great soul arrow. Yeah, that's better. It's more on par with the arrows. No, I actually think before I go back to the annex, I'm gonna try to deal with some of those crow demons. Before I move forward, because that will make it so that I don't have to deal with quite as many in one encounter. Also, this is kind of fun. So, I know, I'll just trigger this real quick. Deal with this here. His wing fell off, poor boy. Another undead dragon. Here he comes. Oh my god. Crazy. I don't remember how I used to deal with this dude. Oh, maybe I just get him to shoot in different places. I guess that does it. This fight takes a little longer. Knight, Dragon Scale, and maybe my favorite shield in the game, the Blood Shield, which was actually designed by it was from a competition. There are 4 shields in the game, if I remember correctly, that are designed by fans. Because there was a competition when they made Prepare to Die edition, where people could try to get their designs in. This was one of the designs that won. So this was not in the original Dark Souls, original release. Really nice shield, one of my favorites. Not just the way it looks, but stat-wise, really good. Blood shield spoken of in the Lost Legends. The red of blood is slightly enchanted and boosts various resistances. So it's got 100 physical defense, which is really good. But it also raises, you can see when we equip it, it raises your poison, toxic, bleed, and curse resistance, like, pretty significantly. It makes it harder for you to get those status effects placed on you. Alright. Also, fun fact. I think this still works in Remastered. This is at least how it works in Prepare to Die edition. If you have a greatsword, specifically a greatsword, which this is, I know it's called a Black Knight sword, but weapon type greatsword. If you have a greatsword and you do a two-handed jumping attack on this, what is colloquially called Dragon Butt, it's the lower half of the undead dragon, you can actually get it to stand up. It's placed here to block you from getting to the end of the area without going down into the sewer area. Yeah, it still works. This is a bug, but it was never removed. You can do that if you have a great sword. You can do a jumping attack and it just stands up. It doesn't aggro, it's not an enemy, but it lets you skip to the end of the area. Very funny. Dual wield shields. Very good idea. I'm not sure if which one of these I want to have equipped, actually. Grass Crest has a 95 physical defense, which is pretty damn close to 100, so it's not that big a difference in terms of physical damage. Really, it's just, do you want the stamina buff, stamina regen buff, or do you want the resistance buff? Alternate shields? I'm not gonna do that. That's really dumb. That sounds incredibly stupid. Alright, let's go up this central spiral. Oh, there's also, I'm not gonna demonstrate it right now. Maybe I'll try to demonstrate it before I leave the area, but there's some wonky collision that happens around here, and you can actually skip to the end of the level on that cliff as well. We're gonna try fighting these dudes one at a time, instead of 4 at a time. They're a lot more doable if you fight them like that. Like, they do a little dance, they die. Cool. Doing, dude? Where you going? Alright. Okay, it's gonna be coming around, I guess. Where is he? Coming? Oh, there he is. Got a little confused. Oh. Hey, buddy. It's alright. Oh, damn, that was a lot of fall damage you took. Jeez. That's the way to the end. Not gonna go there yet. I think there's one more row. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay. Red sign, soapstone. I find it interesting that they moved the dried fingers to the start of the game, but they didn't move the red sign soapstone. I guess it's because the dried fingers are used for both co-op and PvP, and this is specifically just PvP. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Wait, what? You can't hurt. You can't hurt this thing? Really? Has no collision, huh? Shoot its butt all day. Alright, I guess that's so you can't cheese it out and make the fight from earlier easier. Dang. However, I do believe if I really wanted to, I could actually just make it easier by shooting them from here. The other ones that don't fly in. Damn, I can't see him from here. Here. Wow. Very cool. I am here. That's correct. How do you know? I guess we'll try the annex again. Stope zone. Yeah, I keep saying that. Oh my. I'm gonna get speared. By the way, you'll notice I did more damage. So the first arrow I fired there only dealt 45 damage, and it didn't stagger him in the same way because it wasn't a headshot. If you land a headshot, or might be different for different enemy types. Out of arrows, nice. Come. Here comes Sped Racer. Ow. Dude. This could not be a more annoying situation. Okay, one. Ow. Okay. Alright. I drink. I'm out of Estus. No biggie. I'm gonna put some humanity on my top bar, I think. I believe this triggers a fight. Yeah, alright. Alright, that was a lot easier. And now that fight up there will be significantly easier. So we got a Dark Ember. Ember for Blacksmith Weapon Ascension. Ember required for Weapon Ascension. The Church long hid the forbidden Black Ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. Occult weapons were used to hunt the gods, and are effective against their followers and kin. Much like the occult club we were talking about back when we found Havel's gear. And that whole mess. I'll go there in a sec. Alright, I should be able to deal with this fight a lot more effectively now. Oh yeah. That was super easy. Okay. Miracle, Vow of Silence. Alright. Secret Rite of the Black-Haired Witch Velka. Prevents casting of magic within effect area. Velka, the goddess of sin, is a rogue deity, but she is versed in arts both new and old, and is considered to have a great range of influence even as gods are concerned. To some people, Velka is like a super interesting character. I've never really understood enough of her to get all that invested. Oh, and here's the black robes with the Mask of Velka. Velcro, yep, which Oswald wears. Let's read that, actually. Robe worn by pardoners serving Velka, the goddess of sin. The pardoner's attire is uniformly black in color and said to be imbued with Velka's mystical power, which provides resistance against all manner of magic. Pardoners listen to the confessions of sinners, urging reflection and salvation. Their masks symbolize separation from worldly desires. And they wear tights. That's pretty tight. We've also seen the Ring of Sacrifice, sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. So the reason Velka is so interesting is because, like that miracle states, she's a rogue deity. She is an opponent to the other gods. And she's associated with crows, and if you remember correctly, a giant crow is what brought us to Lordran in the first place. So... Hold on, Furry needs help. He got his... He's climbing over a bag and he got his claw stuck in it. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Enacted judgment upon Furry. I always judge Furry. But I still love him. Alright. So Velka is the one who brought us to Lordran in the first place. I mean, maybe not her physically. I don't think that giant crow is Velka. I think it just serves Velka. But she had us brought to Lordran. And, anything associated with her is banished to this place for abominations. She's associated with the dark, she's associated with occult weapons, which Havel was in possession of, an occult weapon. And maybe she... Oh, Velka's rapier also. Maybe she brought us to Lordran to finally end the Age of Fire, to get rid of all the gods, to bring upon the Age of Dark and the Age of Humans. Interesting. What's her rapier say? A symbolic, powerful thrusting sword used by the Pardoner serving Velka, goddess of sin. It is no mere symbol, to be sure. The Pardoner is an inhuman swordsman, and wields this enchanted blade with special sword technique. That's interesting. I didn't know about that item description. That's really strange. I'm not sure why it says they're an inhuman swordsman, implying that Oswald is not human. Maybe he's more than human, maybe he's less than human, I don't know. He's a Pardoner. I don't know what that would really mean. More rats. Oh, lots of rats. Dumb rats. They have really bad AI. Old coin. That's one that has Lloyd on it. Allfather Lloyd. Ah. I don't have dumb AI. I have good AI. Big, smart AI. Huge brain. No way. Oh, fuck. What are those called? They're called, Oh, these fucking crab things. What are they called? These are extremely rare. I think I've only ever run into one in my fucking, like, like, I don't know, 600 hours of playing this game. What are they called? Shit, Dark Souls, Vagrant. That's what they're called. They're called Vagrants. So Vagrants are rare monsters. I'm just reading this from the wiki. Rare monsters that appear in specific places after other players have died and lost a large amount of humanity or have dropped certain items. They are typically created unintentionally and randomly by other players online. If you drop a certain item or lose a large amount of humanity, those items and humanity move to another player's world and form vagrant enemies. That's an excerpt from the online features section of the game manual, apparently. So this is an evil vagrant, white.
Y'all should do what this man tells you. He is sexy.
Hell yeah. Looks like it just gives me 1 humanity. There's also red evil vagrants, which drop a twin humanity. There are good white vagrants, which look a little different. They don't have the crab claw, and they're a little more bulbous. And they have a chance to drop a bunch of different stuff. Nothing too amazing, though. And then there's red good vagrants, which have a chance to drop a bunch of stuff. More stuff than the white variation. Man. Oh, I'm so glad this happened. This is... I can't stress how rare this is. I have nearly 600 hours in this game, and I've only ever seen one of these appear in my game once. Ever. And most people who play this game never see them at all. That's crazy. Let's try to get some of its animations. Get here, little bud. Oh, he's like a little crab man. With, like, eldritch tentacles. Actually looks a lot like the growths on Ariamis in Bloodborne. A lot like her growths, actually. And he's got, like, this weird... I guess it's supposed to be, like, a collection of humanity inside of it. Whoa, nice jump, dude. I've never seen that. Oh, crab enemy. Crab man. Swing. Oh, I miss. Swing and a miss. Sorry, bud. Oh, man. Oh, that's so cool. Now his core is empty. I actually never knew that this was a spawn location for them. That explains why this room exists at all. Empty shell. Oh, fuck. I'm so happy that that happened. I can't begin to express how happy I am that that happened. That's such a rare thing that I didn't think I'd ever be able to show off in any playthrough in a million years. That's awesome. Alright. Show how happy I am. I can't. Oh. Hi. I'm gonna run past y'all. Don't mind me. I'm gonna grab this item here. Large Soul of a Proud Knight. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Alright. Hello. Okay, I think at this point we've covered pretty much everything in the painted world. Painted world of Ari. If I can jump for this gap. I don't think I can. that's so cool. Oh. I see another Gravelord sign over there. People are active here. Nice to see. It's really nice to know. It actually kind of heartwarming in a weird way to know that the online community is still active for this game. Alright, let's go rest at the bonfire. Use these souls. Oh my god, why are you down here? Yeah, that's a good point. It might have to do with the Demon Souls remake announcement. Definitely could. Let's get our binoculars back. If I can, maybe like when this playthrough is over, I'll do like a short. Maybe not a short standalone stream, but like the last time I streamed for this playthrough. Maybe at the end I'll do a little bit of PvP on my main PvP build. Just for fun. Ow. I do want to try to show off. I'll probably just die trying. But I'm gonna attempt to show off the other way to skip pulling the lever to open this door. So there's the one way where you jumping attack the dragon butt and it stands up and you can walk through its legs. The other way is here. Yeah. Like that. Super sketch. Super sketch, but you can skip the door that way. Dudes hanging on the ledge. Oh, some big old boy just dropped down from up there. I don't think there's too much significance to this Berenice Knight being here. I think the idea is just that he made it through Sen's Fortress and then got sucked into the Painted World. That's all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I was expecting a different attack. Shit. Damn. Well, maybe now I'll show off actually running through the dragon legs. I'm no fool. I am cool. I probably should have just kept parrying, but whatever. the fuck was that sound effect? What? Why did that play? Weird. Oh no. Not what I meant to do. Key stand. Sorry, down there? He must be. Heck. Is he trying to run up here after me? Weird. Oh, yeah, there he is. Ow. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, I'll just grab my souls and go to the boss this time. I'm not gonna bother with these little boys. I think it's replaying the sound effects of when the undead dragon wakes up. That's so weird. I don't know what that Baronique Knight is doing. Oh, he's coming. You coming? Oh, wait, what? Weird. Alright. Bro.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not. Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
Kind? I don't know about that. They seem pretty rowdy. They seem like pretty rowdy boys.
Thou must return it this life.
Alright. We're gonna go for that tail.
I expected as much from thee. Why dost thee hurry to...
What? Toward thine death is what she said. So we can actually see her footprints in the snow. I would like to get the tail cut if I can. I might accidentally kill her too fast. Please stop being invisible. Okay, you can see her big old feet. Please stop being invisible so I can get your tail cut. Ow. Shit, I didn't realize how close she was. I don't think I'm gonna get the tail cut. It's too bad. Nope. Yeah, that's too bad.
But why? What seeketh thee?
Little Priscilla. So if you manage to get her tail cut,
yes!
thank you.
Whoa! Unreal! Woohoo! Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, man, unbelievable! Whoa! Whoa!
If you cut her tail off, you get Priscilla's dagger. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tail of Priscilla, the dragon crossbreed in the painted world of Ariamis. Possessing the power of Life Hunt, it dances about when wielded in a fashion reminiscent of the white-robed painting guardians. So the painting guardians are likely in place to protect Priscilla, or yeah, I guess to protect Priscilla, to keep people from going inside the painted world and killing her like we did. Which is hinted at with her weapons moveset being similar to theirs. But that was done such a long time ago that they don't even remember that that's why they're there. Oh. And let's read her soul. Well, Priscilla. The crossbreed, trapped inside the painted world of Ariamis. Use the soul of this crossbreed bastard child and antithesis to all life to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So she was a bastard child. She's a crossbreed between a dragon and a god, presumably. Thought to be... There isn't hard evidence for this, but she's thought to be the daughter of Seath, the Scaleless, the dragon that helped Gwyn win the war against the dragons, and who was appointed Duke by Gwyn. But no one's really sure who the mother is. And for all we know, Priscilla could have been a test tube baby. As we're gonna learn, Seath did a lot of experimenting and weird shit. Anyway, since we killed Jeremiah earlier, we get his armor here. We're gonna read. Where is it? Wow, it's all the way to the bottom. Cool. The Xanthus set. Xanthus overcoat. A mysterious item once worn by the Xanthus King Jeremiah. By the way, Xanthus just means yellow. The legendary exile. No one knows where it came from. It may be tattered, but its bright yellow color still stings the eyes. The crown bears high-quality cloth, which is quite soft to the touch, but its bright yellow color stings the eyes, and it is clearly far too big. So, Jeremiah was an NPC that they ended up thinking they were going to cut from the game, but they wanted to keep him in so badly that they put him in the Painted World. And he is, if you've played Demon Souls, he's very clearly a reference to the old monk boss from Demon Souls. They look very, very similar. And what's interesting is that the old monk was also a king that had been exiled by the Queen of Lorethrough, which is one of the areas in Demon Souls. And it is speculated that Jeremiah, it has been speculated that Jeremiah was the king of Izalith, and he was exiled by the Witch of Izalith, also known as the Queen of Izalith. And if you look at his armor set, you could just pass off the wrappings as being just kind of silly. Just like a joke. And we're gonna put on his armor set real quick. But you'll notice there's actually blood stains around the top of it. And in the official art book for Dark Souls, there is concept art of Jeremiah. And in the concept art, there are these really like sharp protrusions coming from his shoulders and from the head wrappings, like all around the head wrappings, not just the base of it, but near the top. So for a long time, people just kind of assumed that his head was just in this bottom part here, and the top was just all wrappings, and it was just like a silly hat. But when you consider the fact that he's an exiled king, the fact that Izalith doesn't have a king, the fact that he has a notched whip, and the only other whip we find is near an NPC that was originally called the Prince of Izalith. When you consider all that, it forms a pretty clear picture of Jeremiah being the exiled king of Izalith. He also uses chaos pyromancies, which come from Izalith. He can use Chaos Firestorm, which is only used by one other NPC in the entire game, which is one of the daughters of Izalith. So presumably he like handed that down to his daughter or whatever. And another interesting thing is that if you guys remember the ring, the Fap ring, the ring of favor and protection that we got from Lorethrough. No, don't unequip it. A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess fateful beauty. And Fina was the goddess of love and beauty. If we read Lothrec's armor, the embraced armor. The goddess Fina's love. I don't remember where it says the goddess of love, but she is the goddess of love. And presumably, being a goddess of love, she probably had many lovers, right? If you take Jeremiah's crown and you trade it with the crows in the asylum, which I haven't showed off that mechanic yet, but if you go back to the undead asylum, there's a secret crow's nest where you can trade specific items for other specific items. If you trade Jeremiah's crown they give you a ring of favor and protection, which is associated with Fina. So why would Jeremiah's crown give you a ring associated with the goddess of love? Well, why would he be banished from Izalith? Presumably he had some kind of affair with, and again, this is all speculation, but it's based on pretty clear evidence. We can assume that he had an affair with Fina, and this angered the Witch of Izalith so much that she exiled him from Izalith, and he was banished. And eventually found himself in the Painted World. That's what we know about Jeremiah. Pretty cool stuff. Here's a weird cutscene with the worst sound effect in the game. Are you ready? Parump. And now we're out of the Painted World. It's funny that it gives you a homeward bone, because I'm pretty sure if I use that homeward bone right now, it'll send me back to the Painted World. Anyway. Oh, disasters are gone after the defeat of the Gravelord Servant. Amazing. I really like seeing that there are active Gravelord servants playing right now. It's really cool. Especially because that's one of the more obscure covenants in the game. It's pretty... not difficult, but it's super convoluted how you enter that covenant. I will enter it later. Not yet, but just to show it off. Alright, let me check what time it is. So I gotta be at work. I have to leave for work at 6, which means I'm getting up at 5. Or I guess at 5:15. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get up at 5. It's 9:50. I think I have time for one more thing. You guys are gonna end up hating me for it, but we're still gonna do it. I said that I wanted to go to New Londo next, but there's a certain item that we need in order to make that happen. Specifically to fight the boss of New Londo. Your phone is dying? Uh-oh. It's that time again. No, I know. What, the Titanite demon? I never kill him. He's a pain in the ass to kill. He's got, like, super fucking wonky hitboxes and shit. And he hits like a truck. And he's super easy to just run past, so, like, why bother? Let's read this item one more time. The Crest of Artorias. This crest opens a door in the Darkroot Garden sealed by ancient magic. The door leads to the grave of Sir Artorius the Abyss Walker, who we know is one of the 4 Knights of Gwyn. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, for they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. So this is the PvP spot. Well, one of them. I'm not in human form, which is a good thing, because I'd get the shit invaded out of me. But yeah. There's a bunch of these NPCs around here. You can't see too clearly, because they're all kind of trying to stay hidden. See a knight. Over there we see a sorcerer. And there will be more. I'm gonna run past them for now. These guys are called the Forest Hunters. Curse hackers? I don't think that's really a problem. I never ran into curse hackers, personally. And I did, you know, my fair share of PvP in this game. So we're gonna run through this area, just briefly. All these dudes are gonna try to kill us. But we can run past them and talk to Cat.
Is it not so that thou
They
art
all
new?
leave me alone.
Thou fared well to find me. But cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorius? My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark? 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine own respect. Go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say.
Sure.
Well, indeed, thou art a strange one. Nevertheless, I feel some liking for thee. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. What dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Oh, yes, I believe we would suit thee well.
Sure.
I am very glad. And now thou art one of us. Let us establish a covenant. And here taketh this ring.
Cat Covenant ring.
If thou wearest that ring, it allows for thine summoning. If mine senses reveal intruders, then I will summon thee. Fend them off, sir. I beseech only this. I shall summon others who will, by their honor, work tirelessly with thee. Thou shalt receive great reward, and whatsoever ye shall pillage will be thine own. A true agreement, not so? But thou must heed the golden rule. The clan is thine own family. To thine kinsman forever stay true. Darest not in any attempt to double-cross. Have no doubt, such wretchedness never will we tolerate.
Alright. So Alvina, the cat, big old cat, creepy mouth, tells us that the legend of Artorius is fake. The legend of Artorius, as we've learned from some item descriptions, is that Artorius, Knight Artorius, who was one of Gwyn's 4 knights, traversed the Abyss, and fought off the darkness. That's why he's called Artorias the Abyss Walker. She's telling us that this whole story isn't true, it's fake. And yet, she runs a whole covenant dedicated to protecting his grave. Kinda weird. We'll learn more about that later. But now these guys want to attack me because I'm part of their covenant. We're buddies now. And a couple new guys actually, have arrived.
I've heard all about you. I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the brigade. Let's teach you the clan basics now, as there's no time to chat in the midst of fighting. Except there is little in the form of rules, you hear? Fight and hunt as you like. Whoever's fastest gets the prey. That's the way we do it. Only, don't forget what Arvina said. Traitors aren't given a second chance, for any reason. That's about it then. Don't worry. It's a good old time, isn't it? Great to have you with us. Good hunting to you.
So Shiva's from this eastern land that we've heard a bit about.
Don't worry now. You'll be called in soon enough. Hunters with patience score the best kills.
And he's not the leader of the Covenant. Obviously, Alvina is the leader of this Covenant, but he's like he calls himself the captain of the brigade. He's the captain of this little family of hunters. He's like the second in command. So this is a PvP Covenant. Basically, if you wear the cat ring, the cat Covenant ring, it will, whether you're in human form or not, it will try to summon you into other people's worlds who are in the forest so that you can invade them and try to kill them. And the idea is that you're protecting the forest. But really you're just killing other players. Ring granted to those bound by the Forest Hunter Covenant. Answer Alvina's summoning. Hey, lag. The white cat Alvina speaks a human tongue and has lived since the early age of fire. Alvina was a trusted friend of Knight Artorias and the great wolf Sif. So she was a close friend of Artorias, and yet she claims that his story is fake. And she protects his grave. Weird, right? She's also really fucking old. The Age of Fire was like 1,000 years ago or something. Started 1,000 years ago from when we were playing. I think that's right. She's really fucking old. Ninja feller. Alright. Maybe she says it's fake because it's fake. Maybe. If she knew him personally. Yeah, that could be. Could definitely be. Maybe she's just protecting his grave because she doesn't want assholes messing with her friend's grave. Definitely a possibility. Tree feller. This tree feller has more health than the other tree fellers. Ow. Oh, hello. Oh, now you give me the blooming purple moss. I think it's also cool that we can look back and see the Darkroot Basin from here. That's the pathway that leads down. And that... You guys are slowly walking toward me, I gotta be quick. That is the tower that Havel was locked up in. Or maybe one of his followers. Hard to say. Maybe Havel, maybe not. And it's cool because all that is the Undead Burg. It's just kind of cool that you can go back and see such an early game area. Right there, that's the Sunlight Altar. Wait, see the first Bell of Awakening from here? Could be. Unless it's like just out of sight. The Eastern set. One of my favorite armor sets. I think it's just out of sight. Yeah. There's Anor Londo up there. And it's interesting that, so we're kind of, in a way, we're kind of traveling through time, right? Because time is convoluted in Lordran. Oh, big ol' Hydra boy. Dang. I've never looked at him from up here. That's pretty cool. And those are cool graphical bugs. So this is all speculation, but I think it's cool to think that, and note that this kind of dark, moonlit state of the world is very similar to how it is up in Anor Londo, which is the true state of Anor Londo. Remember, sunny Anor Londo was an illusion that was fake. Gwendolyn made it look like that. So I wonder if maybe this is what the current world is really like as we're nearing the end of the Age of Fire. Maybe it's not exactly what it looks like when we're in Firelink. Maybe that's a different time period. That's totally just speculation off the top of my head, but it's cool to think about. And it's definitely possible, because you are, in a way, traveling through time. Although certainly in a less straightforward way than in Dark Souls 3. In Dark Souls 3, you're totally traveling through time, but it's not as obvious in this game. And it might just look this way here in Darkroot because it's closer to the Abyss, right? As we saw, Darkroot Basin connects to New Londo, which is definitely getting fucked up by the Abyss. That's where the Dark Wraiths, where the city was flooded to keep the Dark Wraiths and the Abyss at bay. All that. Also, it's certainly hard to do, and it won't come up again for a long time, but it's hard to do if you haven't played this game several times before, honestly. But you might want to try to keep a mental note of what the layout of this area is like. You've got these two plateaus that kind of form a valley with a river running through it, and you got this bridge, this kind of crumbling old bridge. Over where Alvina is, you've got this, like, stone tower kind of thing. Let's go over there. This thing right here. This little, like, it's almost like a checkpoint. Run through. There's another bridge here connecting them. Another little tower with stairs. There's a river running through. Down to this basin where the Hydra is. And here we've got mushroom boys. Sorry, mushroom boys. They're running. These guys make bizarre noises when you kill them. Oh, we didn't make it. Maybe it's just the adults. There you go. A fucking bird. I don't know why that's their death sound. These guys are a little spooky. They're very slow, these mushroom men. But if they punch you, boy howdy does it hurt. I'd rather not demonstrate if I can avoid it. Where you going, bud? Why are you turning around? Gold pine resin. I guess the natural inhabitants of this forest are these mushroom people. Seems like. Gold pine resin. Enchanted ember. Ember for blacksmith weapon ascension. This enchanted ember, a form of sorcery, is a vestige of the lost land of Ulasil. The sorcerer's enchanted weapon that inflicts magic damage and is boosted by intelligence. This ember is from some old place called Ulasil. A lost land, so they say. There's a place that is gone for whatever reason. Just keep in mind there was a place, a city maybe. God, controller. Urgh. Called Ulasil. Alright. Let's move forward. Considering how old Alvina is, perhaps 1,000 years old, maybe she knew this Ulasil. Okay, this shit, I like never fight these enemies and I don't know how to deal with them properly. I'm probably gonna get my ass kicked. These enemies are scary as fuck, especially if you don't fight them one at a time. I believe there's 3 of them. They're big old cats like Alvina, but they seem to be more, I don't know, primal, I guess. Come here, silly cat. Here, kitty kitty. Come here, you fucking cat. Oh, there he goes, he ran away. Oh, brave warrior. I don't even know if it's worth fighting him, honestly. I don't think you get any kind of reward. If hurry. If anything, I'll probably try to approach the fight from the other side. Ooh, or... Do I have have any more arrows? Nope. What's this running I hear? Oh, it's a little mushroom people walking around. I like that they're kind of docile, unless you get a little too close to them. They just walk around, just mind their own business. There is another item down there. I might go to the other side. Approach it that way. That's the way I'm used to approaching it. I don't really know how to deal with the cats otherwise. And even then, I'm really bad at it. And it's a scary fight. But I also know that there's a chest back here. Stone armor. So I don't know if you guys remember back in the other parts of Darker Garden, there were these stone golem enemies. This is the armor that they wore, or that they were, I guess. Moss-covered armor of the Stone Knight, defender of the Darkroot Garden. The Stone Knight is a product of ancient magic, and although this armor is also imbued with magic, it is incredibly heavy. So the big takeaway there is that it's ancient magic. It's real fucking old. And we also found an ember here that's supposedly really fucking old and is from some place called Ulasil. I think I'm gonna do this now. This is gonna fuck up the cat covenant, but I could always absolve my sins. I'll probably do that. Grief ahead. Sorrow ahead. Imminent tears. Bummer ahead. Oh my god, it happened again. This fucking cable is so bad. And this is just the standard cable that comes with the PS4 controller. It's ridiculous how garbage these are. Hi, furry. Okay. Each. He's yelling at me. I don't know what he wants.
Ugly.
Not. This is a really cool visual scene. Personal favorite. All these swords plunged into the ground. Maybe from previous people who tried to rob the grave or something. But it's also speculated that they might be some swords that were brought by knights to pay their respects to Artorias. And we see a giant sword, a big old great sword right in front of the grave. Before we approach it, we're gonna actually go around to the back. One, just to get a good view, but also because there's an item on the back of the grave. A hornet ring. So, we got the wolf ring, then we got the hawk ring, and then the Leo ring. And now we got the hornet ring. We're finally gonna learn about the fourth knight of Gwyn's 4 knights. It's Hornet. One of the special rings granted to the 4 knights of Gwyn. The Hornet ring belonged to the Lord's Blade Kieran. By boosting critical attacks, its wearer can annihilate foes, as Kieran's dagger laid waste to Lord Gwyn's enemies. So Kieran was kind of a personal assassin for Gwyn, it would seem. And we might learn later on that it's based on her weapons and their movesets. It's possible that she had something to do with the training of the Painting Guardians, but we don't really know. That's totally speculation. There's another thing that hints at that, but we'll get there. Sorrow. Fast enough. Great Grey Wolf Sif, who, if we remember, is a friend of Alvina's. We also know that Artorias is associated with wolves. What you doing there, Sif? Ow. You gonna start doing it? No, not yet. One more hit should do it. Wait, really? Oh, no. No, still. Huh. Okay. I might need to swap weapons here. This is gonna be tricky. Try this unupgraded man-serpent sword. Ow. Oh my god, Sif. They're really putting up more of a fight than usual, jeez. Wolf sit. Oh, yep, there it is. Oh. She's limping. This is why people get really sad when they do this boss fight. Well, there's more to it than that, but... yeah. Let me see if I can get the one animation. Poor pup. Ow. Didn't think that would hit me. Are you gonna do it? Come on. There's one attack in particular that I'm trying to get her to do. Lorethrough. I'm out of Estus. Hold on, let me pop a humanity. Come on. Well, I don't know why she's not doing it, but she has one attack where, if she does it... Oh, there it is, yep. Yeah, she falls over. It's not much, but it's just extra sad. Alright, sorry, Sif. Okay, we got the soul of Sif. Soul of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, who guards the grave of Artorius the Abyss Walker. Use the soul of Sif, who inherited the Divine Knight Sword, to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So that sword that Sif was wielding, that was plunged into the ground, that was Artorius' sword. Now I'm sad and my battery's about to die. Oh. And we also got the Covenant of Artorius. Traverse the Abyss. This ring symbolizes Knight Artorius' covenant with the beasts of the Abyss. It's where, like Artorius himself, can traverse the Abyss. So this brings up questions about what Alvina told us. But let's not judge too quickly. Maybe she knows more about it than we do. Maybe she wasn't really being untruthful. But for now, I'm going to... I think other direction would be faster. And a homeward bone. Yeah. Almost at 30-30. And, first I'm gonna just warp here, just to quickly give Andre the Dark Ember. Alright, later, Waffle. I'm pretty much done. Gonna hand off a couple items, and then maybe go talk to Shiva again.
Show me that ember of yours. Well, I've never heard of a black ember. How about leaving that ember with me? I find it strangely fascinating. Yes. Well, thank you. This ember really is something special. I'm already under its spell. I sense great potential indeed.
So it's an ember of dark. Dark is kind of synonymous with the abyss and with humanity. So I guess humans, like Andre, are just kind of naturally drawn to it.
I'll be seeing you then.
Which actually, now that I think about it, that's interesting. Now that I think about it, that might... I suppose that's a piece of evidence against Andre being the firstborn. That's... You could argue that that's proof that he's human and not a deity. We're gonna go to Firelink. We're gonna go give the magic ember to Rickert. You're still here, Sigmar?
There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries.
Alright. Griggs is still here too. I think I need to place the Lord Vessel before Griggs moves anywhere. Let's see. Go down here and give this ember to Rickert. Ricky.
Hey, hang on. Is that a sorcery ember? I've never seen one like that. Not even back in Vinheim. What a brilliant flame. Please, friend, let me have that. I am begging you. I am a craftsman of Vinheim. I'd go hollow before I pass him a flame like that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, really? You are wonderful. I will forge a Rickett masterpiece just for you.
Just for me.
A weapon to make a legend out of me.
So now he can make magic weapons. I don't want any, but...
There's nothing. We're both... Come back soon.
do it.
Smithing helps soothe my nerves. Don't let me wither away out of idleness.
Even holding? Like a scroll or something? Or is he like tanning leather? That's weird. I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna go to the swamp below Blighttown real quick. There may or may not be something there, and I'm not... If there isn't, then I think I know how to make it appear. But we'll see. You should be pleased. One day. One day I will quiche. I suppose a faster way of doing this might be to go to the bonfire after Quelaag, but whatever. Faster / safer. I'm already here. So. Oh no. He's here. The dude I was looking for is indeed here. What's up, Shiva? Okay. How's it going, Shiva? Oh, and your friend is hiding back here.
Hello again. Strange to meet away from the clan and the forest. But while you are here, how about some equipment? I love collecting these things, but I can only keep so many. And you know, you are a friend. You have some guts to turn on us.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Look
God, I hate mosquitoes. Alright, well. I can always absolve my sins and try again. It is not all lost. That is incredibly annoying, though. Fucking mosquitoes. Hopefully he doesn't try to chase after me and end up killing himself. Yeah, okay, no. So yeah, it just kind of stops. Alright, let me homeward bone. This is really fucking annoying. Let me homeward bone and absolve my sins. Ugh. You can wash away any sins, Lee, if you believe. Oh, this is actually the right bonfire for it. Oswald, the pardoner, serves Velka. Is up here by the Bell of Awakening. He just kind of suddenly appeared after we rang the first bell. Which is also interesting, because I guess that means, that could mean that Velka was keeping a close eye on us and realized that we did in fact ring that bell. Also, I'm not sure why the mosquitoes were attacking me. I'm pretty sure whenever you enter dialogue, they're supposed to de-aggro. Really weird. Alright, Oswald. Need your help.
Greetings, and welcome back. I am pleased to see thee preserving thine humanity.
30,000 souls. Alright, hold
Thou
on.
art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
It's a great laugh. Alright, there we go, that's enough.
Greetings.
More than enough.
Just in time, are you not?
Alright. I've been cleansed of sin.
Hast thou acquaintance with Petrus of Thurland? I wager you two has likely found much in common. For is he not too drenched in sin?
I actually forgot about that dialogue. You can kind of make out what kind of person Petrus is just by interacting with him, but that just seals the deal.
Hast thou acquaintance? I'm for it.
That's cool. And he sells Velka's talisman. Medium for casting miracles of the gods. This black tuft of hair that serves as a talisman belongs to Velka, goddess of sin. He casts miracles not by drawing upon faith, but by drawing upon intelligence. Interestingly, the Thorland clerics also don't really draw upon faith. Or at least less so than other clerics. Even though they're in charge of this whole worshipping the gods thing. Really makes you thonk.
If thou committest a crime, bring thyself back here. There is no misdoing that I cannot undo.
Going back to that Old English, kind of seems like the only people who use that Old English, aside from Oscar, not Oswald, aside from Oscar, kind of understand what's going on with this whole chosen undead thing. Could just be that they are from an older time, or that they serve someone from an older time, and nothing more. But it has been speculated that, based on the characters who speak in this Old English, it's possible that the undead, prophecy that Oscar shares with us that tells us we're chosen undead and that we're supposed to go link the flame is a whole fabrication made up by Gwendolyn and Brampt and the Serpents. We'll talk more about that later. See some other pieces of evidence to support that idea. It is interesting to me, though, that that Oswald also speaks in Old English. I really thought about that. The guy who serves Velka, who's pretty stoutly against everything Gwendolyn stands for. I don't know. Anyway, let's warp to Firelink and call it there. I think that's just about all that I can get done tonight. And I'm ready to call it quits anyway. Pretty tired. Ooh, Siegmeyer is no longer here. I know where he's gone. We'll meet up back with him later. Okay. So next time we're gonna deal with New Londo. We're gonna start collecting those Lord Souls to get to the end of the game. We're basically starting the second half of the game tomorrow. I mean, I kind of started it today, but we did a bunch of like preliminary work. Oh, there's one more thing I can do. I think Domhnall over here should have Gwendolyn's armor set, now that I've killed Gwendolyn. Let's find out.
I didn't expect to meet any, I suppose.
Why, yes. Crown of the Dark Sun, Moonlight Gear. Robe of the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn, protector of the Forsaken City of Anor Londo. The power of the moon was strong in Gwendolyn, and thus he was raised as a daughter. His magic garb is silk thin and hardly provides any physical defense. This crown of the gods demands faith immeasurable of its wearer, but it is imbued with dark moon power that enhances all magic. The image of the sun manifests Gwendolyn's deep adoration of the sun. So Gwendolyn was kind of locked away and hidden by his father because of his affinity for the moon. And he was raised as a daughter, even though he's a male. And, was... I don't know if he was forced. The fact that... The wording here is a little odd to me. This crown of the gods demands faith of its wearer. It may have been Gwendolyn's choice to wear this crown. Crown of the Dark Sun. But to me, it feels like he was forced to wear it. And he was forced to wear it in order to express his faith in his dad. In Gwyn, and in the gods in general. And that he came to admire them as a result. But no matter which way you look at it, Gwendolyn got a fucking super short end of the stick and got really fucked over and super shitty upbringing. Thanks, Gwyn.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here. Well, that is a shame then. But no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us. Someday. Sometime.
I love Don, though. He does have the best accent. I think he might actually be voiced by the same person who voiced the Crestfallen Warrior, just based on how similar their voice lines can sound. Furry yell, furry scream. Alright, now we're gonna call it quits. So yeah, next time we'll explore New Londo, my one of my personal least favorite areas. That'll be fun. Scream, yell, furry yell. Is Hobo streaming? I think he is. He is. Let's go hang out with Hobo. I think he's playing Celeste. Maybe for the first time? I will miss you too, Lee. Alright, farewell. Good night.